Okay, good morning. Morning from me. Um, we are going to be doing, I think, the last push for a major feature for the game. As in, this is the last major. Everything else that we'll be doing after this point is just, I always call it housekeeping. So it's going to be little things that I left here and there to be taken care of later when I had other things that were more complete. So we have to go back and fill out the rest of, for example, the prefabs for the obstacles instead of just using the little ones that we left. We need to add in some more collectible stuff, like coins that will increase your score as you try to collect them. We need to make more robust the spawning system a little bit for things. Um, so yeah, that's probably going to be tomorrow, taking care of most of those little things. But for today, the final system, or the final big system, needs to be implemented. Is going to be taking. It's going to be an undertaking. It's going to, well, to try to get it done in one day is going to be an undertaking. So it's going to start from UI. We're going to make the UI for our unlockables. The things that, as the player progresses, they will be able to purchase them. So we need some type of consistent currency that will work within our system of unlockables. So we're going to make a couple classes to take care of all of these different things for us. Uh, yeah, so this is where we're probably also going to be implementing, yeah, definitely have to be implementing our save game feature. And going to be hooking in our I should have done it from the very beginning. I caught myself when I chose not to do it, but now we're back and we're going to end up having to hook in the broker system in roads because there's just, so now that I know for a fact that I want to have things like being able to select different drivers, and the different drivers can have different effects, or the different cars can have different slight effects on like just various things. We're going to need to actually use brokers. Good news is that we'll be utilizing the same broker system that we made in the 2.5 RPG previously. So you'll get to see that even that system is something that can be applied to your own projects as you see fit. For those who might not be brushed up on what exactly a broker visitor pattern does, if you've ever played a roguelite where there's just all of these modifiers and all of these different things, and you can always see like where these modifiers came from, all kinds of stuff. So like you have like +5 from a ring to your strength, and +1 from the sword, and then some fruit that you ate before gives +3, and all kinds of stuff. And all of these modifiers are coming from all of these. That's basically the broker. You couldn't imagine yourself having to actually go into, let's say, your strength variable and then do a whole bunch of if statements. If apple eaten, then add +5. If this +5, or worse yet, well, not worse, but that was actually the worst. But the other one is you eat the apple and then you slap a timer on the apple's effect, and it gives +5 to strength. And then when the effect is over, you do -5 from strength. Okay, great. So then what happens if, say, you have another effect that removes the effect of the apple without actually calling the apple's remove effect, right? So that kind of stuff is what we're here to deal with. In this case, with you have no real way of knowing basically what I was trying to point out of where that extra +5 came from, unless this is all during build, unless you actively removed it, or sorry, actively targeted the apple for removal, then obviously you'd know. But otherwise, there could be 50,000 things on one stat giving modifiers. The broker pattern allows you to track all of those things um, in a way that doesn't require any kind of dependencies. Right? The only dependency is that everybody must know the broker. Um, okay, so we're also going to be using the not sorry, the observer pattern for our collectible system. In this type of situation, I prefer to always build my UI out first, and it's not like set in stone. I'm just going to build this, what this thing should look like. I usually just build what this thing will look like, and fortunately, we have stable this for uh, turn this, and let us. Oh, that's right. Nothing shows. This is correct. Okay, this is our overall. So here is the element start scene. Oh, okay. So the whole thing is the. So we can just disable that one then. Go back to 2. There we go. That's what we're looking. There. Okay. So I'm thinking we're going to put the game's name probably like over here. Then over here we're going to have stuff happening. So let's start goofing around and seeing how that turns out. Um, let's name this sake of uh, we're gonna make a new panel. Okay, so this one is just going to be the home for uh, the objects. So the way I'm looking at it is we're going to have a row, or sorry, a column of cars. When you select the car, it'll pop out here, going to as far as over, and then you're going to have a list of all of the tools that you've applied to that car. Select your car. So like all the other, when you can click this again, we'll go back and then we'll get a list of all of the different. Or should it be, click it, it comes out, and then all of the vehicles are still here, but just have this one showing its colors. Click through. I think we want to do it the second way, have all of the vehicles accessible. So we need to treat this like an inventory in a way. Fair? We're going to need slots, lots of slots. This is going to be a pretty big thing. Um, so unlockable, or let's just decide. So we're going to have use buttons for these. So we're going to make scriptable objects for these. And the scriptable object is going to have in it the prefab of the car. right? And when we click this, it'll show the car over here. I think we should probably have some kind of image of the car instead of like the name. All right, let's treat it like an item slot. First, we're going to have a. So this is going to be a prefab down the road. For right now, we're mocking one up. Call it car. Then we want to have image or action. I have the button. Want to have a button? I think so. Let's see where this goes. Let's go back to the slot and test this out. Let's see if we have a good image before we go ahead and disable it entirely. Might have something that'll look nice. That looks nice. Oh, I see. Okay. So let's some of the stuff isn't showing because the button might be over that for. So like we could have instead a name here for the car. Hmm. Not interesting. I don't want to reuse. So what the? Sometimes I think these things have all their own. They don't maintain. Oh, they don't. Yeah. I wonder if I do this. Yeah, actually, I don't think I want to do it this way. Now I'm thinking with my optimization hat, I think it's just better if we don't display the car here, display the name, display the material colors, and then just display the actual prefab over here. Is having a bunch of prefabs being exposed over here and then showing it over here is kind of over. That's where I'm at right now. So let's do it that way. But now that we know that it's just going to be words that are there, we can go ahead and I was thinking of oh, hold on. I'm gonna use that and test that out in a second. Just saw something. Um, actually, let's test it out now. See what it looks like. That looks nice. That then we can use this. I think the button has yes, it does. Okay, so we could actually get away with it. Where the heck is the? Oh, we okay. Oh no, there we go. So let's show this. Um, so actually, this pasted. So this that doesn't. Yeah, I don't like it at all. We're gonna do this. We're gonna grab. Awesome. So this text, and so this is something that Godot has over Unity. You can create. Well, maybe you can in Unity, but in Godot you can create. Let's call them archetypes of how you want your UI to be. So it goes project wide. Um, it defaults to that type. So instead of having to change this type and the font size and everything, I would need. And we want to auto size, and I think that's fine. Now, I think we want, hey, so now what we are going to do is we're going to make a second panel. I thought we could do this on one panel, but I think we're going to need, just for the sake of my brain, second one. And hello, Nicked. What is he saying? Has thyself heard about the frankly frightening allegations towards our Lord of Scallywagness pirate software? I did. I think that's old, man. I didn't check it out at all. Like it, I wasn't interested in the least bit, but it came up on my YouTube algorithm like a lot, maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So what is it about? Do you know? And how are you doing? Button. So let's try basic. Hmm. Just trying to picture like what I want this UI to look like. I was doing a little bit of audio editing before I got on stream, trying to take some sounds that I got for that could be used for music, put it together. But 11 o'clock came super fast. I was on another stream. I'm a mod on, and the guy just told me that Pirate Software situation. My head doesn't hurt anymore today, but I did nothing productive all morning, and I'm sad about it. Yeah, I mean, that's part of being an adult, right? You want to relax, but every time you think about relaxing, you're told, why are you being lazy by your inner monologue? And so you end up doing absolutely nothing as you beat yourself up over it. There's that old meme by Shia LaBeouf, just do it. But you have an excuse though. You're still getting over your sickness, so don't beat yourself up too much. So I'm thinking. So I'm thinking. Um, we select. So we're gonna have a list of the different cars. We select one. That list is going to fade out, and then the name of the car that you selected goes up here, and then we get the list of the different colors that we can select for the car, and then the car over here will change, and then we can probably click like over here, like a back button over here, and that will hide colors again, and then bring back the different cars. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's what we wanted. Right? So we need to have a. So instead of treating this like a button, uh, oh man, okay. So let's take a step back. So we're gonna make a new panel, two new panels, three new panels. So this is gonna be our cars, colors panel, header panel. Um, 1 sec. This car. There we go. Okay. All right, let's get into it now. Um, yeah, I mean, I'll check it out. I really have zero clue what it's about though, but I mean, it just seemed to me like weird drama. Like at worst, he probably did what? I don't know. Maybe he has bones buried in his backyard or something. Who knows, right? Like he was actually following the old Testament and making sure to bury children in the foundations of buildings that he was hired to build. I think they're supposed to in the Old Testament, you're supposed to bury the your firstborn child in the foundations of your building for like prosperity and safety and good luck. And I'm like, when I heard about that, I was like, is that for real? And then called him a nepotism baby. Really? Because father worked as a Blizzard hire. I mean, yes, I don't know his background. I don't know his background. If he got, so here's the thing. If he works in the industry and his dad is up there in some company, it would only hold water if the company that he got work at was his dad's company. Then you could say, okay, fine. Like there's something like at my old job, I remember we got a new chief. And this guy, I mean, this so I after I left that job, I realized that intelligence isn't you can't gauge intelligence by a paycheck, right? You just can't. Like common sense does not you don't find it when you look at somebody making six figures. I to this day I still don't know what it is that that type of person has. I have an inkling of an idea, like a suspicion about what it is exactly that the average person who is like this person because he's not unique, that ends up in this type of position does to get there. I just refuse to believe it. But there was this guy, he was a chief, and he came in, and I remember, I think it was like the third week of him working on site, says something about getting his son to come in to work with one of the engineers. So I'm like, what does it, how old is your son? Like your son has to, like, I didn't say this to him directly. I'm just thinking it internally. I'm like, you need to have your licenses. You need to have some years of service. Um and it's it but I've always heard that in that specific area of the job, the engineering department, that it was always cronyism and nepotism at that level, right? Like it was always somebody who was somebody's cousin or somebody's uncle or brother. Like we had a case where we had literally a whole family that was working inside as engineers. So I'm like, okay, I've always given the benefit of the doubt. But then he came out and said, hey, yeah, if I could get my son to work in the engineering department, I'm like, bro, like, how old is your son? First off, he's just went through, I think, just came out of high school. And I'm like, if I just came out of high school and somebody threw $70,000 or $80,000 a year at me, I would have been like, I would have been set. Like, that would have been it, you know? So nepotism, I think, can be a thing. Um, I guess. What did you say? I know people call him higher up. That's silly. He worked for the government. He needed to have skills. I don't know where the nepotism. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Dude, I can tell you you're wrong on that one, man. Big time. Big time. You don't like where I am, and I mean, I think it's pretty much standard that it's who you know, and that is very important, especially even in the government, the public sector. Even though they have even though they have tests like civil service exams, they still have title positions, right? So they'll put a person provisional, and even though you're provisional, you don't have to take the test. Well, you do have to take the test, but you don't have to take the test to become provisional. So what will happen is they'll say, "Hey, I want my son to take this position." And then the boss will say, "Yeah, I like this guy. I want his son." So then they'll go to the VP or whoever they need to get to. And then they'll say, "Hey, listen, we need to pick somebody up to start working because it's mandated by the law." Then they'll say, "Okay, we'll do that." They'll do the interviews, hire no one, and then come back and say, "Yeah, we did the interviews, but nobody was the right fit." Now they're outside of the range for the last exam, for civil service or whatever. And then they say, "Oh man, we need somebody for this position though." And that's when they say, "Okay, we'll pick up somebody provisionally." And now that person is going to be provisional technically for 2 years, but they'll just keep renewing it, renewing it, renewing it until the next exam. And then once the next exam comes in, that guy either gets promoted or he gets moved around or whatever, or they just don't hire somebody again and just fire that guy for a day and then bring it back the next day. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it firsthand. Like I came into a job once and there was a guy that had been provisional for over 13 years. I knew another guy who literally climbed the ladder as a provisional. Failed every time that he tried to do the exam. It's not even like he dodged the exam. He did the exam, I think, twice and failed it twice. Okay? And still managed to climb and become a chief engineer. So that to me is nuts. That to me is nuts. So nepotism, I believe that that type of stuff is not as clean cut. I've seen it. I'm not saying that these guys were bad at their jobs, though. I'm far from saying that. I'm just saying to say that nepotism isn't even possible or isn't a thing in or to just rule it out offhand is I don't know. I don't know. Why did this thing? Oh, I got you. Okay. So let's put the header. We're gonna take this, the header over here, and we're gonna put it up. Yoke. I'm gonna take this button, bring it over here. And we're gonna change this from being a button. We're just gonna remove button component. So now it will just bar. Okay, so whenever you go into the cars panel, it'll just show cars, and then you select the car, change this. If you double click it, yes, no, left click, one click is um. Let's change this to turn raycasting off. Raycasting off on that one. I'm going to introduce another image. This one. But it's not that he didn't do anything. He was describing how funny. Okay, hold on, let me read. I mean, I know that politics is just a game for how many people owe you, but it's not like he didn't do anything. He was describing how funny it was walking into a place and social engineering access into a whole power plant. Just a pack of men in suits with laptops. Yes. Nepotism and cronyism are very real tools to use for some people. I've seen some folks get into positions. I remember I saw this one case of this lady who didn't know the difference or how to pronounce allegations. She was in court and she didn't know how to pronounce allegations, but she was flaunting that she was making 200 and something odd $1,000 a year as some kind of resource manager or something like that. And I'm like, bro, like, how is your how exactly do you get to that position while having the vocabulary of a second grader? It's bizarre, but it happens, and that's the way it is. Let's go 50 by 50, up a little. Um, we have do we have a left facing one? Um, we have this. Let's use this then. The heck? I know. Oh, there it is. That's up. We don't need down if we have. Are you serious? I feel like my eyes are just like not seeing what I need to see. Like I shouldn't be that tired yet. I want to use this. All right, let's rotate it. Hey, there we go. And we can add a button. Okay. Nepal is here. It's not that that hurts. It's impossible to avoid any nepotism and cronyism because of human psychology. But if corruption in government is illegal, then I should be locked up for jaywalking. Um, well, not locked up. That's a misdemeanor normally. So you probably get like a penalty or a fine or something for that. But I see what you're trying to get to. Um, and yeah, I mean, I understand. You always want some sort of flexibility. You don't want to just go because, when you go buy the book, you end up hurting more people than helping. And that is not in the spirit of the law normally to end up hurting people who otherwise, like, for example, if you catch a doctor jaywalking and then you stop and then say, hey, you gotta pay this fine or you're gonna get cuffed up, whatever. Meanwhile, that doctor is on his way to like a heart surgery and is doing his thing. You could have just saved that doctor's life, I guess, technically, but you probably also got somebody else killed. You know what I mean? Like that I get that argument. I get it. It's just that um there's a limit to it, right? If if for example there was this judge, actually I think it was like a year ago, so there was like a 10 or 12-year-old case that finally got resolved last year where this lady literally, I'm not kidding you, she collapsed in court and just let herself get dragged out. I've never seen it. So she was a former judge for juvenile or something like that. I forget what it was. But she did a little bit of nepotism and got her brother, pulled some strings using her office to get her brother a job. Um, and she got caught and she got the book thrown at her. Technically, it was 6 months in jail, and obviously she would lose her ability to practice law. So her whole life was basically in shambles at that point. Hell of a price to pay for trying to get your brother a job. Okay, now you're just dealing with what ifs, right? What if, let's say, that brother was making the job was cement work, and then that cement was used to make a bridge. And then because of that nepotism, you had somebody who was deeply unqualified for just the cement work portion of it, and then the bridge collapses and kills everybody who's below the bridge and on the bridge and stuff like that. Right? So there's always these what ifs going back and forth. So the question comes down to enforcement. And Nepal. Hello, Nepal. Got a busy day at work today. Wanted to stop and say hi. Hello, Nepal. Have a great one and enjoy work. Try to make the most of it. Um, let's see. Okay, so we're going to use this as a button. We can left click it. It's going to be visible. So we need to make an animation for this. When we open this up and we're showing colors, then this will become visible. Um, Otherwise, when we're showing cars, it won't be visible. Let's take care of the cars panel. We'll bring this down a little bit. Okay. Um, and the colors panel also go down. Okay. And we will give both of these similar background. Let's give it this. What about the header? I think we could probably give it the same back just to see what it looks like. How does it look? I think we just need to disable this. I think it's showing too. Okay, good. So now for the animation, I think what we're gonna do is when we always start, so it can slide out like and boom. Right, so we select the car, comes out like that, and then the other one is going to, or should it go the other? Should it go like that? Go like this, and then the colors come up. Right, so this will go down, colors will come up. Then if we click back, this will go down, and then cars will come. Or the cars, we select the car, cars will go like this. Then colors, colors will show like, go back, this will hide, the cars will come back. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, we got a plan. We got a game plan. We have a game plan. All right. Have some. This is I like doing this before I do any programming because it's just it gives me a good visual. It gives me my four corners that we're trying to work with it. Visualize it. Um, Next we're going to introduce the slot itself. We have two different types of slots. We're going to have the slot here for the different cars. Let's do this. So we're going to change this a little bit first. Um, oh, I see. Okay, I get you. So we're going to move back header. Okay, and we're going to change this to okay, that's one. And then we are going to introduce into the car's background slot, which is this. Sorry. And oh, this is terrible. Okay. Cars panel. So we're going to change this to um just so that way we're not using the exact one. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we can't use it, but it's still cool. Verse it. Be good. Add a button to it. So I'm not going to have a ton of different cars, but so I'm not really too worried about like making this a scroll table or a scroll view. That's okay. Add a okay. You select some car. This is going to become some car. Then this will slide out. Colors will come up, and you can select your color. Right? Then over here, huh, over here we'll add some little icon. Might want to make this scroll. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have one eye, just one. Go oh, yeah. Okay, that'll be if the car is actually available or not. Okay, so if it's not available, this will show is, then we've unlocked it, and click this. I think that's good enough. Um, what else do we need? I think that's it. We're done with making this slot. So let's make this a prefab. Well, for now, let's leave it this way because we need to apply a script to this down the road. So when we're done, we're gonna do the color panels. And so when we finish that, then yeah, okay. So I'm gonna change, I think, the color bars. There you go. And change this. Get stronger. I think I like this color more than the blue, the straight up blue. Kind of gives me green light. Nice. And maybe we could make this bigger. Go 60. Or just center it. Be 65 by. That's solid. Okay. So when you click this, it will show the car that you're changing to over here. And if the car is showing, click it again, then it will bring up the colors. Then if you click this, it'll come back from the colors and select which color. Okay, so this is basically the premise of the slot for the car. So we're going to have to put a script on this later. For right now, we're going to make the color panel. Hide this. Show this one. So now colors, I think are going to be a little bit easier. The same thing. Same thing. Got to create a. So we need a square. Yeah. We're going to use this one. And we're also going to make this not like this. Grid. Of I got to remember how to do this. We don't need a content. Awesome. Go 5 by 5. Go 115. We get the ability to put a buffer space. Oh, there we go. Padding. I want more. Go 110. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, and let's just 5 it out all directions. So now we've picked. I think we need a more base. Let's change the colors panel. It decided on this color. Do these. I guess we can go with. That's it. That's. So this will be. Always forget. Okay, that's. We're going to zero it out. I wanted to use a triangle. 50-50 the colors. I'm still thinking that that's the. Still thinking that's the tick. Okay, so 45. Negative. Duplicate that. 90. So we're going to change the no point to give it a strong. um, Weird. Okay. So all of our cars tend to have two colors. So the way that the materials are set up is the front, then the back. So let us name front. color. Okay, so the color frame will get the script. Um, it's going to be handling inform uh these two. Well, actually, yeah, we have to inform this of the colors that belong to. Awesome. Okay, we're getting there. Coincidentally, I am forced to make my own GUIs right now. Progress with coding. Yeah, I mean, the power of a square, right? I've done a lot with UGUI with just squares. Right now, I'm not using just squares though, because I, I part of the reason for making this project is I've had like so many of these different assets that I've just never used. So I want to use them. so so I'm trying to make the most out of every single one of them. Uh, I'm trying to use them to effect, basically. Like it just sucks that I've always had them and never put them in a game. And I part of it was that I could never really think of the game that I would put them into. And when I did work with them, they just never looked good. And I just never, I guess I never gave them time that they needed to grow on me. So they're kind of growing on me now a little bit. I'm figuring out like do's and the don'ts of them. Speaking of, I don't want. I think we want a slightly limeish green. Yeah, that I would like to go with neon purple, but I think that color might be a bit too abrasive with the way that these are going to be colored in arrows. Okay, there. And so we still need one more. Is the going to be just our favorite friend X. Okay, so if the color is well, hold on. In this case, can we? Ah, we can't. Do they have? Let me see. Image. No, they don't have. That is so sad, but it is what it is. Um, and for now, we're going to turn raycast off. I think we're going to make raycast on, and when we hover over, it'll tell us like what we need to do to unlock this thing, or we could make it something that when you click it, it'll bring up like. I'm not sure which way to go with it yet. Uh, so like in one case we have black and orange. Okay, guess we should. Wait that, yeah, you have it unlocked. You should probably, so I think this is a slot. We can call this a color, let's call this color slot. This one we call car slot. Hide the color slot. Cars panel. Locked. We'll turn consistency. Okay, and then the header. I change this. Went with green. I think we're not going to go with go. Okay, that looks good. Maybe we want to change this color. actually. What do you think? Should I go with black? Like, how is the whole thing coming together? I'm trying to. I think the yellow needs to get a hit because now that I changed it to black, I think the lime green is maybe match them button colors. What's that? Oh, with the buttons on the left. Um, I was thinking that. I was thinking that, but the thing is that there's going to be a total of 5 colors, right? I was trying to find. I was trying to find what those 5 colors would be, and I know pink is going to be there. I want green to be one of them, but they're going to be pastel colors, so that way I can um, strengthen the alpha on them and look neon. That's the idea. Hmm. All right. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's match them up. Try that. So I'm gonna go with and I'm gonna change. Gonna change. What do you think of that so far? It's just so over here. I mean, we could always just do this, right? Always do this. I can tell for sure that you need to make cars, but bigger, further. You mean the word car, some car, or you mean the header? Oh yeah, you mean the header. Okay. What do you think of that? As far as the cars go, and we still need to fix the other. Change the color of the text back. I think white. Mm-hmm. No, no, that's cool. I think we got it. I think it's just the background. Uh, so this is. Uh, let's turn the background back on and see what it looks. First, um let's copy this, paste it into, and let's turn the background back on and see. What do you think? I think that looks pretty solid, right? For the neon approach, and I fit the green in, is what I really wanted. I want more green. No tie dye. Yeah, I mean you have to remember this is cyberpunk uh theme, right? And so like that's a thing. Neon colors are a big thing. You're gonna find your bright greens, loud lime green, pinks, hot pinks, pastel blues, teals, and hard reds. I think it looks all right. The black for the line, the car line black, I think grounds it back into a solid color or a solid color. Um, need to also introduce vertical. Okay, I'd rather see the green on the UI parts than the background. I see. Okay, try that. Grab these text. Actually, copy that, paste it, and take the. What do you think? Actually, all right, there. There we go. What do you think? Okay, I'm gonna trust in the wisdom of Nicked. Uh, so I wanted black in there because at nighttime the game can get dark. Let's see what it looks like. Change it. We need a solid color, I think white is good for that. Technically, we can get away with this color. Which one? I think white is fine. I like black, but I think white is matching the button. I think white is fine. Okay. We now have our UI set up. So we can go ahead and add as many of these as we like. Awesome. Ugh. All right. Okay. Okay, let's do some coding. Wait. Are we done with it? We already know what we need to do for animations. Uh we got let's take one more look at the color. Colors are kind of bland. Get rid of the other two because I think we can probably get away with changing since we're not using lime green anymore. Uh, Probably gonna want to be not even. That's cool. That's way too subtle. I think it's for now. It's fine the way that it was. You can change it later, I guess. Yeah, we can change it later. Okay, I think we're good. So we need a total of 3 scripts for this to work properly. Um, for the UI side, and then we need to build an innumerable amount of scripts for the data side. So let's get to work. I think we're gonna need one, two. We're gonna need at least 3, maybe 4 scripts on the data side. And then we still have to do the observer pattern for the collectible system. So that's a total of about 7 or 8 scripts, or maybe 9 scripts that we have to make today. So let's knock it out. Okay, so let's clean up our project a little bit first. have any errand script? Yes, we do. We have image fader and start background control. We need to get these scripts. We will move these. Oh, and we need to make a couple of controls. One bar vehicle color. Y. Let's start it off with UI, so all of these are in this. UI vehicle. And then UI section. Okay. These are our three parts. Go and add them. So over here, just going to add UI color. Then here, let's color slot. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now we have to make prefabs out of them. Y folder. Art. Hey. Car slot. Color slot. All right, let's start building them. Get rid of all of these. Let's open the other ones here. Color slot. All right. So we're going to do public. Okay, so we don't have the data set yet for, or the data type set up yet for the cars and stuff data. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna do, let's just make sure everything colors. Okay. So let's start, I guess, color slot. We have three things that we want to make sure that we have access to. One is front color. Build the back color. Locked. Okay, excellent. Yeah. Um, then we do public void. And this is going to have to be, but when we make the data set, we're going to get through just setting the color here. This class is pretty much, um, well, almost done. Because once this is selected, have something public, right? And so color that we get here, that's actually we can't do it yet. Well, yeah, private material, actual material that this plot is going to represent. We're going to be passing on to player. So some method of passing back to bar colors. Vehicle. So I think we just need the right. Same process here. Float over here. Selected. So then you know what this means. It means we can probably get away with it. Okay, there we go. Okay, awesome. So now over here, you uh, so differentiate it. I think we do. Yeah, we do. Vehicle. Don't know why. We need one also. Okay. So now the first thing that we need to give it, rather, click. Okay. So we need to give this initially the list of all possible, because it's going to have everything at the very beginning. The question isn't about whether they're hidden or question if they're disabled or not, right? That's the question. So we can take care of that down the road. right here, we need data, and that data is then going to stuff. So let's do it like this. Need to pause here for, and I think we need to make some scriptable objects because that's what's going to be passed in over here when we do an initialize of the controller. And then what the controller is going to do, oh, we right, and we also need header text. Also do that. So we can get rid of this. Okay, so this is going to pass through the data from this class. I'm going to do it this. There we go. I'd rather see the I wanted because most confusing sentence. Heard you say? uh, I kind of wanted to be a cool little wanted wanted to do a cool little modern monitor to display the, but I realized that the game is set in 1987. They did have monitors. Oh, modern monitor. Yeah, good luck. I mean, if you can just get a CRT, you'd be good. In 1987, they'd have CRTs. I think they got LCDs by about what, 1000? I think it was about like 98 or 2000. It was late 2000. It was, sorry, it was late 1990s or early 2000s that LCD started becoming a thing. Okay. This is public static R select. Oh, we actually don't need there. And so we would be passing in uh right? And over here we would implement this, select the data. So this would be it invoke this pass in data, get here, select the data. You just pass that in. So once we get the data that we want to pass it in here, and each slot knows how to handle data. So now that we've gotten the theory put together for how the UI actually make these scriptable objects. Yeah. Okay. And while we're here, might as well this pull you. Oh, right. And actually, this is in. Both of them have a okay for the color, front color, and also for blocked, we're cool here. Says yeah, I'll need to do some kind of effects for that then. I've seen a few games that did that CRT stuff, right? Um, I don't know. I can't give any advice on that. I don't pretend or claim to be an artist. It is what it is. If I do art, it's always out of necessity, like, and it's always going to lead into programmer. So, like, when do sprite work, it's usually not like how. So, an artist will sit there and do a whole sprite sheet. I will sit there, chop the sprite sheet up into small pieces, and then reuse those small pieces to avoid having to do an entire character. Right? And then I'll go in and then make a script for a composite and composite all of the individual pieces into one new sprite and just swap them. Like that, I always look for the avenue of least resistance when it comes to I have to broach into the areas that I'm not the strongest in. Yeah, no, you're really good when it comes to art stuff, though. You're not. I don't think you're very far away from being an artist. 'Cause you just have a natural being able to express what your ideas are in art. Granted, I still didn't understand jack about what it is that you actually wanted to do, but you did do it, and you did it in a way that you understood it. Oh, but I mean, that's a step further than I could have gotten. Okay, and then let's. Okay, awesome saucing. So yeah, we need to make the script objects. Object, scriptable object. Um, so let's get our heads straight on this. We need a couple scriptable objects, right? We're gonna need one for the cars because so I could get away without using one for the car. I want to do it just in case down the road I want to give the cars their own stats and parameters and stuff. So we're going to make one for the car. We're going to make another one which is going to just store car as its identifier. And then it's going to have a list of all of the different materials that can be put on the car. Um, and so that probably means one for each of the materials because the materials need to have the colors for the front and back that they're identified, right? Next, we also are going to want to give the car and the material um, parameters that we can plug in and say, this is what this car needs in order to unlocked. So we're going to need one, two, puzzle tool. First, we're going to create our data object data or vehicle, or just call it vehicle data. Next, vehicle, or we can actually call this, yeah, we can call this vehicle color. And actually, I don't think we need the vehicle color data. Well, we do. I'm going to keep this, but this is just going to be color. Okay. Actually, what? We don't need these. I know. I have a different approach, different idea. I have different thoughts. We're gonna just use. It's going to be um collectible. What are these called? Called um. What are they called? I would say. Let's just call this unlockable vehicle unlock. Unlockable object. Lockables. Okay, so it's going to be a scriptable object. Or I think we have game data here. Oh, there it is. So are going to have here public some vehicle info. This is going to be colonized color. And yeah, that's going to be it. Vehicle. Okay. So now we can do public serialized field. Right? And inside of this, going to put this at click track lockable. This is going to extend on lockables. Then in unlockables, we have um I sometimes do pretend. Makes you think. Yeah, like so when you were trying to explain to me the issue that you're well, the problem you were trying to solve with the navmesh agent, and you drew out the whole schematic of the area and then you like phased through it. I was fairly impressed. You took the time to you analyzed what your problem was and illustrated it, which is, I mean, that's like the fundamentals of what it takes to creative in that way. Um, okay, so yeah, the painting, your MS Paint work. Okay, so this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky, right? So we're going to need other systems to start getting involved here. Let's just take it piece by piece. So we know that we're going to need a size list. Wow, it's like it gives me, there we go. Uh Color. So each vehicle is, or each unlockable vehicle info is going to have a color in, right? And so now in this game, let's think about this. This is our sort of observer that we're trying to build. we need some way of telling. Like, let's say the vehicle, we need some way of saying, okay, you need to have maintained 1,400 speed for a certain amount of time. Normally, I would do this through an object, right? But what needs to happen is we need to have something, for example, that will listen to the speed. And if we are maintaining that speed for a certain amount of time, it will fire off. Now, ideally, we'd want to do that from inside of one of these scripts. So we need something like, okay, so we're going to have to make a manager class for handling the registration and unregistering of this object, unlock and lock. Um, but yeah, I think that's it. And so we have the key, the locked or unlocked key. So when we start a new game, we can check our save file. After we load the save file, we can check for this key. Let's actually name this wired. You know what? We don't even need this because this comes with data object. Data object already has, so we just need this. Let's mark these virtual in case. Okay. So when we do this, we will be passing in manager. And then this will handle uh, adding itself to the manager. Yes. And however it wants to handle that information inside. So any type of event, that's what we need to do. Click. Oh, and then we need to do let's check game event. I think we okay. Let's get rid of this. because I think we have used. How many things are referencing? I'm going to change this to just game event, less so relating actor, just the game. Granted, it lives on the player, but no other issues should have issues. I feel like at least one or two. Maybe like one. Yep, there it is. Okay. Okay. Excellent. Uh, Excelente. So now we can call these game events I feel better. And we can okay. So the reason why we're doing this is because we need to expose these over here, which now brings up why I had developed it the way that I had. There we go. So here we are going to be able to select game event that we want to register with. And then instead of register, and we're treating these kind of like effects in app. And then we have the event listener. Ah, okay. So let's go back to the event bus real quick. See if we can find a clever way connecting. So over here we do get event. And So we do have a way of doing it. Let's produce. Okay, that should work. Shorten this vision. Now, the question is, what actually happens here? I'm gonna actually gonna start the game just to see like that does. I have no clue guessing at this. I don't feel like opening up. Just going to go any. This one. I'm assuming that that what this does. I'm going to confirm it right. It should say before collision, but it could say other things. The string. Let's see how convenient this is. Start it. Hey, okay, we're good. Like you. Now we can go back to this. Do something. We can be clever. Can be very clever. So we lose none of the modularity of being able to just create events on the fly, while also now being able to expose events on the now with also being able to expose the events on the inspector, which is very nice. What's this now? I got so sidetracked that I'm rewriting runs. I haven't talked to him in a few days. I think he posted that what he was up to a little bit. I saw like a clip of it. It looked like he finally got his placement to work in his game, his project. Maybe game. Never know. Okay. So now that we have this working, we can now do this. Get out of here. That was a clean, super clean setup. Oh, we don't need this. Because I keep forgetting that since we have this up here. Uh no, we do need it. We do need it. Hmm. How are we gonna Ah, how are we gonna do this, son? It'd be rough. Let's move forward with this. So let's assume that we're gonna pass in player and bus. There we go. So now we can connect our game events from the inspector. And so now internally, each one of these that we make can now have its own station that it wants have before it will unlock. Send lock to be. We can send the signal for it to no longer be. Okay? And then here to public. and then stop. Assume that we're being technically should be getting past the player on all of these, but um should be, but I don't know. Well, maybe not, because I think this is going to be called. Yeah, he cross posted it on Twitter. You seems like you haven't been checking. I just checked the Discord, but I saw that he posted, and I only saw one post, unless he posted something to. Yeah, no, it was yesterday. Where he shares his work in progress. Unless there's some other place that he's posting about the project. I'm looking at it. Only the one from yesterday. So he's posting it on X, B Sky. Okay, I see. It's the same thing. He's just double posting. Cool beans. Try unlock. Okay. Done. Uh okay, and then we can do player bus. Okay. So let's run ourselves through this. When we first start the game, we're going to have a manager on the player. It's going to run through this uh unlockables data. It's then going to go and select the vehicle info, store that vehicle, then just store a list of all of the color info. All of these will just be listed. Okay. Then it needs to subscribe to Unlocked, and these themselves will be handling their own mission because they're all just listed, which we can set from the. They will have a lock key, and when we do the unlock, manager is going to be subscribed to this. We'll take the lock key, add it to dictionary or list, right? Or hash key, hash set, right? To be a hash set. And uh, then when we save the game, we'll save the hash set. When we go back and try doing unlock. You can try doing unlock. So I think we can do var player equal to info get data. Oh, we don't need that. There we go. Right? And then over here now we can check for whatever we need to check for. So now we can make another class. We can call it public class okay, and its one role is to find out if it met the condition. Pass it okay. So now the one condition we also need we need to. So let's make the first condition. It's going to be when we drive, maintain a specific range of. For a specific duration. Avoid collision. um, those are the total amount of. All right, let's do the first one. Oh, we can actually just do this. If the speed is greater. Oh, Blake, overrun. do. Do it next time. I'm not sure if he's showing anything more on Twitter. Yeah, I have a Twitter account. I just have no access. It got banned for, I think, spamming or something. I don't know. I say it because I never actually used it. Oh, I don't even have a clue. I went on it once and saw that it posted like a ton of random stuff in these channels I've never even heard of. And like, okay, Twitter is that kind of space, or rather, X is that kind of space. Oh, that wasn't about that getting hacked life. Yeah, yeah, I remember. Um, see now. So we're going to do. So we need to track the int. Or actually, we don't need to track. I'm thinking. I don't want these to be stored. Like, I don't want this. Instead of doing current information like that, we have access. Bad idea. Like, we're gonna have to do it. It's fine. Shouldn't break anything. I just don't like it. If it does, we'll have to figure out a different way of. um, so So long as the collisions greater, but what? Not sure if he. Yep, same. Talked about. Yep, yep, yep. All right, that looks good. All data side buildings. I This is the side of coding I because just things just start to make starts to flow better. You're not really going to get into a lot of hiccup. Very linear. Oh, we called it obstacle. Now this will be our track. We can always check that. Collision man. You know what? Let's. I don't like it. Now, whenever there's an impact, we can. That'd be that. You know, at least today I made it cool. I'll read it. What you did has to be something ambiguous, totally vague. So that way, in case somebody sneezes, ban them. Server guide channel rules. Holy cow! There's guys. I don't even know channels. What activity? Oh, I think that this is. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking about like rules and stuff. There we go. Rule book. Is that what you're talking about? The rule book? Are you talking about the rule book? Is that what it is? My mic is cutting out. My headset should be fully charged. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe my mic was too far away. Be respectful. No spamming. Follow channel guidelines. Keep it safe for work. Uh, right. Use appropriate usernames and. Oh, I see. Okay. No self promotion or. Hey, you need to like. Oh, there we go. Accept and self promo channel. 'Cause I've seen people self promo all the time, and you guys say it's okay. Listen to the moderators. I refuse. I refuse. Listening to a Discord moderator? No way, Jose. I'm not gonna get life decisions from a Discord moderator. No way, Jose. No personal information. Violating any of these rules, mute, kick, or ban. And then you say that my description was super generic. Let's keep the community safe and enjoyable for everyone. Like, yeah, that's all AI, bro. I'm having fun reading the rules. Hold on, let me finish. I know it's a different thing you were talking about, but this is cool. I didn't actually read. I just assumed it was like every other rules, and it is. It's for the most part. It's pretty generic. No unnecessary pings. No direct. Do not DM other members without their consent. Receive an unwanted DM. Report it back to a moderator. Cool beats. Oh, I see. Temp rules. Is that what you're talking about? Trusted chat temp rules. Okay, 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 okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, I see. Oh, so you were talking about the rules. There's like another part over here that I think is like more about the rules that I can customize the Discord with to like show me certain channels and hide others and things. There's that rules also, but this is cool. I was on the right track. We're talking about. So what are the changes? You guys are talking. I completely forgot about listen to the moderators. Yeah, 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 yeah. Channels and roles. Right, right, right. I misread that as rules. It's channels and roles. The server guide has the rules in it. Um, all right, that's cool. That's cool. I want to see what's going on in the. Where's the other channel? Super secret. Is this it? No. Uh, there was another channel. Wasn't there like an NSFW channel or something like that? Roman Oof. Not it. Um, no, I don't see it. I'm pretty sure Roman made another channel somewhere around here. Maybe it's hidden. Okay. Or you or Roman or somebody made another channel. And we were joking about it being like nothing but Lassie reruns, and that's not safe for work. All right, let's see. So let's test out our system and see what it looks like. Uh, got this going. Where the heck are we looking at? Looking over here. So it's not working yet because we still need to make the manager, but it's getting there. We're getting there, Pete. Like I said, this is going to be a pretty big. Going to require a ton of scripts. I wasn't joking. So now when we do this, uh, condition met unlock condition. So when we do unlock, when we call unlock, we or okay, gotcha. So now we basically have to have a serialized field, a list of different unlock conditions. Right? I don't think this would work. I think I need to make this a scriptable object, the unlock conditions. I think, but we're going to try this first and see if this works. If it works, great. And actually, this shouldn't be here. It should be it, and so we should go 4. And to make this easier for us, just do so we can do 4. What am I doing here? Okay, it's never used. We're actually going to put, yeah. So if it doesn't equal null, there. Do I have my age confirmed on Discord? You're supposed to, I don't think I have any personal information, including like my age or anything, stored on Discord. I think my account is from before those times when they would force you to make that join. You don't have to pay pound of flesh, but I will check. Maybe later on I verified with them. I mean, I see the super secret voice channel. Uh, I think maybe it's just maybe let me check the roles. Oh, this is just my um okay. Yeah, no, I don't see it. So let me check my disc profile. I mean, it's entirely possible. I vaguely remember confirming it maybe about 4 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, if I remember correctly. I think they like paused me and stopped me from doing anything. Or that might have been the time that they forced us to change our names on Discord or something like that. I can't remember. It was a while ago. It's fine. It's not really a big deal for me. I was just curious because I saw it the other day and then it disappeared. Um, if the collisions is still equal, turn, else. Get rid of that. Just if the time minus the last collision time is greater than seconds with no collision, just looking for ways to minimize my use of conditionals. Yep, we only got one conditional in, and awesome. The good news is that even if this stuff ends up being no good for us as objects, it doesn't take much to convert them scriptable object down the road. Addition. I do dislike making these specific things though, because I always do them wrong the first. I've never gotten them right. Like my brain, I think, stops functioning, but then I just do something else and it ends up. I should just open up old code and see what I did. That's basically what it comes down to. Because I feel like this is a bad thing, but it I have a sneaking suspicion. So no collision counter. Just do a what? These are both floats. I want to say, oh, that's okay. But yeah, I feel like as if this isn't going to work, but we're about to find out right. This is it right here. Got to do create. Yeah. This is called unlockable. Right. Let's see what this looks like. Unity. Irritable. 8. Change that. There we go. Unlockable. Okay. So now you get either vehicle info. We can select the event that we want. Awesome. That drop down. We can pass in blue car as the lock. Pretty much the same thing. Don't see. This should have. Looks like we're going to have to make them scriptable objects. Yeah, they're not showing. Let's just fill out these then. So this is going to need a right? Gonna need. Says anything about it. Okay, those colors that. Oh, I've bumped into problems before where I forgot to do that and shenanigans. And okay, so if we add another one, it'll come. This will take R as the game object. Pass that in. This one is purely simple. Okay. Mm-hmm. There we go. Unlocked. Should unlock. I think that's good. I think this thing disappeared again. Ah, there it is. Like underneath it. 1 second. Getting some issue. with OBS. Hmm. There we go. Hey, we fixed it. And yeah, I can understand Roman's frustration every time that I have to mess with OBS. This is nuts. Like I fixed Stream Elements. You saw it. You were there when I did it. Like set up the chat so that way it could work in overlay. And I did literally nothing. Came back the next day to stream and just wasn't like it's like okay, sure. Um, I made an account only 5 years. There should be 3 channels. Oh wait, no, there are 3 channels. I saw. Hold on. Where there are 3 channels. There's a voice channel, and then there are 2 text channels. Yeah, so there's like 1 voice channel and then 2 text channels. Temp rules and chat. So I think we're good. Hey, it's showing now. The I think it heard me when I was saying that your text wasn't showing, and now it started to showing again. Has to be it. Sometimes things don't work until you point out that they're not working. Suddenly they work. Oh, you can do that on your end? Cool. Didn't know that. All right. Where was I? So, yeah, basically, we can't do what I wanted to do with this part down here. Would have been great, but we can't handle inheritance that way. Now, we could do this. Right? We could do it. But it wouldn't make sense to do it that. It's just better to do it as a scriptable object. It sucks, but this is what we have to do. What we have to do. I hate having to pollute projects with scriptable objects. This is a reason. We don't need this. But scriptable. Okay. Let's change this one to mean. So that means we're going to have to create a new folder for this because there's going to be a whole heap of them. Ah, crud. We can't do this. Forgot. Son of a gun. We have to actually. We have to actually. So let's just remember them. It's unlock condition, maintain speed. Unlock. Main. Right. Unlock. Now we can. It's never so clean cut. There we go. Now we create and go grab maintain. There we go. Now it'll work. Maintain a minimum. All right, and we have to do this for say 10 seconds. Stay between 1 and all right. So now outside of this, have this lockable should now allow us to pass in our conditions and go. Now we can pass in conditions and the unlockable will check the conditions if they're true before it tries to unlock the this thing, whatever, this vehicle info. Otherwise, when we do a check to see if it's clear, it'll read no, can't select it. Okay. Ooh, what time is it? 11. I think we're actually going to split this and I'm going to call it here. Because I think that I need time to think about that approach and if that approach is I really. Hey, Nipple, how you doing? Um, I just had a realization. Restream is absolutely hilarious. OBS is hilarious, dude. Restream, I think Restream is if it's just as funny, then it's probably like the guy before the main comedian gets on in OBS. It's always, I don't know if it's a comedian, but it's always laughing at my expense. Somebody's telling a joke. Um, okay. So now this is the idea. We have this, right? We're gonna basically on the UI side, we're just gonna pass this in, the unlockable data. Inside of here, it's going to for each. So we're gonna have another class that is going to be the manager. And when we start a project or start the game is going to then um, assign all of the data here to the manager that we're going to make tomorrow. And that manager is then going to have two lists or two collection types on it. The first one is going to be a check to see uh, these are the ones that the conditions were met, but they aren't added yet. And we're going to check if they should be added. If they should be added is based on if they are already added or not. Right? And so now the question is, well, do this. Well, when we save the game and when we load the game, um, we're not going to serialize the stuff that is already added. Instead, we're just going to use should be added. We're going to serialize that. When we load the game, we're going to see all of the stuff that should be added that we would have already have unlocked. In other words, these stuff that are part of the unlocked list. And then all we have to do now is just apply stuff. Now, the other way to go about it is, well, that way we're assuring that we always have some instance of whatever effect we get from the unlockable. But we could just inside of method also have a separate method for loading and then have loading bypass the whole process of verifying whether or not it's unlocked or not, and then just remove or erase all of the unlocks and then override it, which is the other way of doing it. So I need time to think about that approach. I need time to think about what I'm doing right here because I have emotional scars from having done it this way in the past and it didn't work out. So I'm trying not to open up a past project to see how I handled it, while at the same time I'm trying to get this to work because I would love if this approach actually worked once in a while. That would be super awesome. Uh, we did get this though. We got this done, which was nice. This game event thing is awesome. So we now have like code set up. It's super simple. Like we don't even have to make like a massive list. Where is it? I already closed it. Close all of it. Let's can bring this back. So we have this now, which is easily parsed over here. Super convenient, right? So we don't need to put a whole list of these game events here. They, it, this thing will automatically know how to handle game events. Just have to make sure that the spelling is perfect. Got it? Is awesome. I'm super satisfied with that. And we'll give it unique IDs. And since we're using our unique ID system here, all all ints that are produced from here are tracked. So no matter what we use them in, the keys are the keys. They're locked behind that particular information. Which is again pretty awesome. All right, we're gonna call it there. We got some UI work done. We got some data work for the UI done. I think we're in a good place. Nepal says, I've tidied up my Trello board, so I'll definitely add suggested features from my stream. You usually have great ideas. Um, I'm an idea guy. That sucks, but that's what I am. Uh, try to turn ideas to reality, I guess. But thank you very much. Listen, man, there would be no ideas if there wasn't potential, right? And you've already created basically everything that you need for your game to work. It's kind of like when you look at GTA and you're like, okay, GTA has all of the this platform, like how the characters move around, the controllers are there, the baseline is there, and you can just expand on it in a lot of ways, right? It's kind of in that vein. You already have like a platform. Your game is basically done. You just need to really like the basic premise of the game is done. You move a tank around. It has a helper for targeting. You shoot, it pops the bubbles are chaining. So the basic premise of the game is done. It's more about just the game modes at that point, which is pretty cool. To be honest, my game idea came from being seriously addicted to Facebook browser game. Hey, that's fair. It's fine. You know, I've me personally, it just reminded me of Bust a Move. But Bust a Move, you were stationary and you kind of just shot the orbs and they would bounce off the walls and you would try to get like the angles, and that was basically how it worked. Nick says, I mean, I'm basically a game designer seeing the percentage of made content true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I can't speak for game designers, but definitely a solo dev. You're gonna have a ton, a ton, a ton, a ton. I have my freaking on my PC. I think I have maybe like 30 unfinished projects just littered around. Like they're basically concept is there, the functionality is there, but I just never get to the final touches on those, and it's very rare that I will. Like I go back to them and poke, but I always look at them as just like a code base that I don't want to go back to because it's like I could do it better, and I keep trying to do it better each time. Yeah, I mean, if you coded it right, Nepal, you shouldn't have to worry about that because right now in the state that your game is in, it's basically just if you coded it correctly. For example, the whole spawning in circle stuff, that's really just a matter of putting spawn points in different locations and then putting the wind trigger area in the center and probably changing the shape of the trigger area to a circle instead of a I think you have it as a rectangle, a very large rectangle in that case. And suddenly now you have the whole area being like swarmed, right? And that's a great situation for like multiplayer, to be honest, if you wanted to go that direction, because now you could have people in all the different directions supporting the center, which again is like from Warframe. That's not like a new thing to me. It's just, enemies spawning omnidirectionally, try to take them out. So you shoot the bubbles from an omni coming at you from every direction. Um, that kind of thing. But the way that you have it set up, they're coming from the top and then coming down, and that reminded me of Bust a Move. The only thing that you don't have in it is you can't like shoot the walls and bounce the tank shells off the walls for a ricochet. Yeah, and don't do open world. Just don't listen to whatever Nick just said. by by default, if you try to make an RPG, it's by default. So there's certain things that will I've discovered will make the development process slow down drastically, right? One is RPG, the other one is open world, and the last is multiplayer. If you do any of those three, you're probably out of scope already, just off one of them. Uh, it takes a bit of planning. This idea sounds like a game I was making before my current one, but I lack the skill to do it. Oh, you mean the ricocheting shell shots from the tank that were the bust move stuff? Except for the main thing, I'll look over the. Oh, hold on, Nepal's game or Bust a Move? Bust a Move is pretty old. I remember it was an SNK game originally. I don't know who owns it now. Oh yeah. Oh, you're gonna do bouncy. Oh yeah, bouncy bullets could be a different type, I guess. Right? Hmm. You could. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, you kind of have to feel that one out. Like, if you're gonna go bouncy bullets, you could do a ton of different things. Or hear me out, lob bullets, where instead of just shooting in a straight line, because it's an artillery shell, you could treat it like an artillery shell. So, like, let's say that you want to aim for a bubble that's like behind other bubbles or something like that. You could technically aim, and with that bullet, it will go over other bubbles and pop the ones that it will descend on. It would probably be tricky since the bubbles are moving still, but it would be pretty cool. So that's like two more shot types, right? Bouncing off the wall and another one for lobbing over. Basically like an artillery shell just shooting over an area and landing. Oh, every bullet bounces. Um I guess. You don't have to make it like Bust a Move. The Bust a Move is just Bust a Move. If that's the direction you want it to go in from the get-go, though, go right ahead. I don't want to, make you change your game or anything. These are just like thoughts that because of experiences that I had. Just if you had a vision, stick to your vision, dude. Yeah, and you don't need to add. I mean, bouncing is actually very easy to add in. Not difficult at all. If I remember correctly. Oh gosh, I haven't done it in a while. If I remember correctly, you can do vector dot reflection, vector 3 dot reflection. If I remember correctly, or is it the dot? I forget. I'd have to like do it, and then it would hopefully pop back into my head. Um. All right. So we're gonna call it there, guys. Thank you very much, for joining. That was a good conversation. Kept the insanity away. I forgot to run music, but it's fine. Okay. Take it easy, guys. Have a wonderful day. I might I don't know what time. Yeah, it's like 3 o'clock, so I might if what it looks like. I might be able to play Risk of Rain 2 if you're interested, Nepal. Not now though, like in an hour or so. In about 2 hours, I could probably play. But I think you're gonna play the what was that game called? The Fireforge or Forged in Fire? And you're gonna stream that, right? So it's up to you. Regardless, I think I might try Risk of Rain if I have the time to do it. All right, man. Take it easy. And Nicked, stay safe, my friend. Gunforge. It looks interesting.